Good evening, ladies. I was hoping more persons would have shown up by now, but it is being recorded. I just want to briefly talk to you all about the assignment, which I will be giving you in about right after this module in 3 weeks. Can anyone hear me?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay, great. So I will be sending you all the assignment in about 3 weeks. Your assignment is worth 40% of your overall score. Your final exam is worth 60%. Your assignment is more of a research paper. I encourage you to use your networking, and I encourage you to use your personal work experience or work experience of others to complete it. Please don't Google and paste, because Bangor University will see it. The objective of the assignment is basically more of a learning exercise. You shouldn't do bad on the exam. You should do very well. On the assignment. Just depends on the work that you put into it, okay? So once you get your assignment, go ahead and interview persons. Please put some related work experience in it. There is no right or wrong in your assignment. It's 2,000 words. Just make a good case, answer the questions as best you can, positively, negatively, whatever, so forth. So use your networking, call some persons, call some people at CIFP, Claudia Thompson at CIFP, call Family Guardian, call somebody at Securities Commission, Central Bank. You know, use all your networks and your resources. The more personal, the more real world experience you put into your assignment, the better your grade will be. Okay, so as I said, it's more of a learn exercise than just getting points. And you, as I said, you put the work in. I don't see you not getting 35, 40% out of the 40% on your assignment. Okay. Now, hopefully, my lecturer and the other folks show up. I'll see where my lecturer is. I will also be sending you modules 4, 5, and 6 early next week, the modules. Now, module 6 is the largest module because that deals with all of the financial instruments. So create a folder and just put that in that folder by itself, because the majority of your exam questions will most likely be coming from module 6, which deals with pensions, hedge funds, smart funds, VAT, e-commerce, trust, foundations, and all that stuff that deals with financial planning. So I'll be forwarding you some emails early next week, soon as my lecturers give me the go-ahead as the material is being updated. If you have any questions, once again, feel free to reach out to me. What I'll do, I'll put my cell number in the chat. You can call me. I don't have a problem. There's my cell number. Give me a call if you have any questions, all right?
Hello, hello, hello. Can you guys hear me?
Yep, we can hear you.
Okay, wonderful. I'm just giving a few more people a moment or two to join us, hopefully. Then we'll begin. How many persons are in the group altogether? Does anybody know?
Okay, it's supposed to be oh, sorry, I never sent you the list, right? Sorry, Mr. Robinson.
Hey,
Let me send it to you right now, okay?
okay,
I think it's about 9 persons, but let me send it to you.
okay. Okay, I guess the others will join us when they join us. Good afternoon, everybody. Can you still hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Yes, good afternoon.
Okay, so I guess what I'll do first of all is take my initial register, see who is here. Then I'll do a little bit of housekeeping, and then we can begin. All right, Kermit Ferguson, are you there? Not yet. Kenyoka Gibson. On the way. Jeremy Johnson. On the way. Rodrika, did I say that correct? Pinder?
That's me. You got it.
Unbelievable, Rodrika. I actually got that right. Okay. Welcome
Great
aboard.
job.
Yeah, I thought I was going to mess that up. Claudia Thompson.
I'm here.
Hey, wonderful. Let's see who else. Mike Nall Thompson. Oh, Mike Nall Thompson. Any relation, Claudia?
I don't think so. Maybe to my husband.
Yes, on the other side of the fence.
Yeah.
Yes. Kevin Woods.
Here.
Okay, great. So we're going, in the old days, we used to say ready or not. So we're going to do a little ready or not thing today. Those who are joining us today will join us as soon as they join us. But first of all, let me just give a little information on myself. My name is Samuel Wilkinson. I'm going to be a lecturer for the next 3 sessions, including today. Of course, our discussion is going to be on risk management for your CIFP program. Let me give you my contacts in case you need to reach me for any reason during this period or after. I understand that they're going to be asking lecturers to present or prepare 1 or 2 questions from that particular section. So that's something to think about and for me to think about. But my contacts, in case you need to reach me during the 3 sessions or afterwards, please, my cell number is 565-9551. 565-9551. And my email address is S as in Samuel, J as in Jack, H as in Henry, Wilkinson, WILKINSON @hotmail.com. All I can say is I've been around forever and ever. I've been lecturing for a couple of decades. That's all I'll say about that. Don't want to give away my age. It's terrible enough as it is. I have no idea where the time went. So hopefully by the time we're done with our risk management discussions, I would have added a little something to your repertoire. The other thing with my sessions are I tend to keep them very open-ended, which means that you can begin talking anytime you want, interrupt me anytime you want, raise a question anytime you want, tell us a story about anything anytime you want. I like to keep my sessions open so you're free to just let things rip. Okay, so please don't be bashful. If you have a story to tell, an example to tell, a concern about something, you don't have to call any names, just raise the issue. Whatever you say could very well be important to one of your colleagues and perhaps even to me. I'm sure I've not seen everything in life yet. Okay, so feel free to do that. Also, this session has a little case study attached to it, just to keep your old gray matter going. For the case study, there are some questions at the end. I think, did you get the case study, everyone?
Yes, we did. Well, yeah, we saw the email.
Yeah. So the case study is just to get your old gray matter going and to encourage you to apply not only the risk management issues, but anything you've learned so far during the CIFP program. And if you feel a little miserable doing it, that's the idea too, just to add a couple of twists, so you can, practice your analytical skills as well. So when you have a look at it, you do have a look at it finally, don't panic. Um, it's not intended to drive you nuts or anything of that nature. What I'd like for you to do is to prepare your responses to the case study, so that in our third and final session, we can have a discussion about it so that I can get some feedback. And then I'll ask you to submit a copy of your responses to me so that I can have a look as well. All right, any questions so far?
So far, so good.
So far, so good. Okay. Remember, you can interrupt me at any time if you think of anything along the way. Your previous sessions have been going for what, 3 hours or 4 hours?
2 hours.
Oh, 2 hours. Okay. In that case, I have a tendency to rumble on sometimes. So if we approach 8 o'clock or shortly after, since we began a little bit late today, which is not your fault. If we're approaching 8 o'clock and I start going over the 8 o'clock hour, like something really like 8:15, 8:20 and all that stuff, feel free to make some noise, grunt, or just come out and say, Mr. Wilkinson, you realize it's after 8 or something like that, and then try to force me to quit. Okay? Did you guys hear that?
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Yeah, no problem.
All right. Also, somewhere around 7:45, as we approach the end of today's session, if somebody joins the group that I may not have seen, because I'm going to be on my share screen talking about stuff, don't let me end the afternoon without, please just say some other people are here, and so I can see who they are and bring them up to date as well, in terms of what we just mentioned. That's kind of why I was holding on, so I didn't have to say it a couple of times, but it's okay. All right. So you should have your notes that was sent to you, your slides by Miguel. Also, if you wish, I believe, can you see my slide as well?
Yes, we can.
Okay,
Yeah.
great. So you can use either one to follow the lecture. Now, before I get into risk management, I would really like it if somebody can give me some feedback on some of the things you were discussing before this session. Doesn't have to be in any particular order, doesn't have to be explicit, doesn't have to be verbatim, none of that stuff. Just mention some things that you can remember off the top of your head about what you've seen prior to now, discussed. I don't mind if you consult your notes, that's fine.
We covered customer service, question styling, negotiations. What else, guys?
You did negotiations. Okay,
Yeah, a little bit.
okay. And what's the other thing other than customer service and negotiations you mentioned?
Negotiation, customer service, or what else? What else? Oh, questions, like how to question clients to gather the right information.
Ah, gathering the right information. Okay. Gathering the right information. Gathering the right information for what exactly? In fact, before you answer that question, why do you think you signed up for this course in the first place? Why did you want to be a CIFP? For what purpose? You were just bored during the pandemic, so I'll just sign up for CIFP? Anyone? Don't be bashful. Make up anything. I won't hold it against you.
For me, it was a combination.
Okay.
It was a combination. Financial planning and proper training in that area, I think, is not readily accessible.
Right.
So for me personally, I said, you know what, I want to take my personal finances under control. And of course, I'm in the field of finance.
Yes.
So I felt that I could definitely enhance my career goals and career path while helping myself.
That sounds good to me.
Yeah,
Helping
this was,
yourself, yeah, helping yourself is a very useful tool as well. And I noticed you work for where you
I
work
work
for.
for,
Yeah, where is that again?
I work for Sunshine Finance.
Okay, so what part of the operation do you work? Because I know you guys have several things going on.
Yes,
You
I'm
work
in credit. So
in
I'm a
the
part
credit
of
side.
the credit team.
Excellent, which means that
Mhm.
this financial planning information can only be a huge help to you in your job as well.
Exactly,
Because
exactly.
you're going to have customers coming in there. They think that they're just coming in to borrow some money or something, correct?
Correct. They just want money,
Yeah,
and
and that's all they think about.
we must make it happen.
Yes. One of the other things you'll find yourself doing from time to time, if you're really doing, because sometimes people just want to borrow money, and other times people just want to lend it, and not a bloody
Mhm.
thing happens after that. You want money? Meet this qualification. Here's the money. Pay it back. See you when it's almost done, so we can give you more money, or whatever the case might be. But again, a lot of us know that there's more to the credit lending process than just handing out a check to some eager customer, especially during this time of the pandemic. And even if there's not a pandemic, when people lose their jobs and all this kind of stuff, they stop making their payments, and then you have to come in and you have to counsel them. And now all of a sudden you have to use some of your skills in CIFP to help you sit down and have something of a conversation with borrowers at different levels. All right. So yeah, somewhere along the way, this cannot be a waste of time, and it will not be if you're conscientious about what you are learning in CIFP, for sure. All right. So yeah, thank you for that insight, and I would suspect, hopefully, that your colleagues have signed up for the same reason. I noticed that customer service is one of the issues. What stands out in your mind from your discussion on customer service? Remember, it doesn't have to be
Customer
a perfect statement, just let something come out.
customer service, of course, especially here in the Bahamas, is really left to be desired.
And
Um,
yes, and then some.
and then some, definitely.
So your discussions were designed to give you some insight on,
On how to assage a situation, calm it down, as well as how to get to the underlying concern of the client, and open-ended, close-ended questions to control that meeting or that interview.
yes, yes, and yes. Again, the credit process again, or even if it doesn't have to be credit, it can be an operational situation, a compliance issue. Doesn't matter what it is. These concepts of customer service and how to manage your client, period, they apply in most instances. A lot of us don't handle that job very well for one reason or another. Maybe we're not customer oriented. Maybe we haven't had the proper training on how to manage customers. Maybe we had proper training, they just pissed us off that day and we didn't know how to deal with it for some strange reason. And I'm hoping that whatever discussions you had on customer service makes it clear that, yeah, you have to work and talk and see that word negotiate in terms of trying to get to the end of a situation, whatever that might be. Okay. Um, a lot of people still don't think that training areas are actually even required. The truth of the matter is they are required. All too often, we walk into most organizations in the Bahamas, and people are not very nice people all the time, whether it's public sector or the private sector. Okay? And so, yeah, it is something we need to do a lot more with in terms of, but we're talking about in terms of financial planning, but in general, it's the customer service issue is a grueling issue. And since nobody seems to be checking as to whether customer service is sufficiently done, it looks like everybody does whatever the heck they want. If you're having a bad day, we tell the customer whatever we tell them. If we don't want to be bothered, we suggest we don't want to be bothered. If we need to educate the customer and give them information on how they should do things, depending on what's going on that day, we decide that we don't want to do it, or we may not have the skills to do it because we're not properly trained. So hopefully you'd have gathered some key things out of that or those discussions in terms of customer service. Very important, by the way, in just about every aspect. For example, Rodrika, what I would ask Rodrika, what church do you go to? Can you say without? Can you say?
I'm Anglican. So I
Indeed.
attend
Yeah.
All Saints Anglican Parish.
Oh yes, you're Anglican, absolutely. I'm part Anglican as well, but I'm kind of a hybrid, you might say. People always wonder who's a hybrid with regards to church. But yeah, even when you go to church, you're not doing business, but the church does have clients, doesn't it?
Correct.
Yeah,
Correct.
yeah, the members are the clients of that church. And the same way in business, we expected to manage customer service in business. People don't believe that we need to manage members and treat them a certain way and don't treat them a certain way and all this kind of stuff.
Ironically,
Yeah,
you mentioned that I had choir practice on Tuesday past, and
yes,
the topic of discussion was the decorum of the ushers.
yeah, yeah,
And if they make you feel welcome, we have certain members that kind of don't come to a particular service because they know a particular usher may be on and they don't like the way they speak to them. And
isn't that
yeah,
amazing?
very amazing.
What are the odds that I would actually say that? Don't
I
ask me
know,
about.
right?
Yeah, that's a very unusual question. Like, no lecture even says that. Like, what does the church have to do with it? We won't even say it. And I'm wondering, what are the odds that I would say that? And then what are the odds that that would coincide with the usher thing? Truly amazing. But it is true. And it is unfortunate. Even in the secular, like, why should people have to feel that way going to church? The last place you should have that feeling is going to church. Like my grandmother say, in God's house. That's how they used to call it in the old days. Because back then there was an expectation that whatever you're doing in the devil's house, anywhere other than church was the devil's house, so to speak, in those days. When you get to God's house, what should happen? We should be at least acting differently. Even if we have to fake it, just don't act like the sinners outside of God's house or whatever. But unfortunately, the same people who are in God's house are the same people who came from the other places sometimes. And so yes, they too need training, believe it or not. And they too need to understand that members are like clients, like customers. And therefore, and when they come to church, they expect to be treated a certain way. They certainly don't expect to be mistreated, for sure. We've already been mistreated all week from government houses and bank employees and insurance agents and whatever the heck it is. And then finally Sunday, you go in for 2 hours of relief and you get some usher comes up and it's really, really mean. Okay. So yeah, this stuff, interestingly enough, is quite relevant, not only in your jobs, but in your personal lives and even in your religious life. How about that? That's interesting. All right. The other thing I'm interested in before we get into risk management, because you'll discover when we start talking about risk, that risk has all kinds of things tied into them, and it seems to encompass practically everything. For example, well, let me talk about negotiations a little first, and then we'll go to the for example. In your discussions about negotiations, what was one or two of the key things that came up? Like, why did you have the discussion in the first place? Why is the discussion of negotiations even a part of CIFP? Anyone?
I remember us talking about the main thing was try to look for a win-win solution, not a winner-loser situation.
Yes, the win-win should always be the objective, where both sides, hopefully, you can come to a point where both sides of the party or both parties are satisfied. That's not always workable in practice, but our objective should always be an attempt to do that. It's not the easiest thing in the world, depending on who you're dealing with, and of course, who we are as well. Because sometimes the problem is not the other person or situation. Sometimes the problem is us within our organizations. We say the customer is the problem, and maybe they are, and the customer is saying that we are the problem in the organization, and maybe we are. And so we have to keep negotiating and talking, exchanging until hopefully we get to a point where both sides are satisfied. Good luck with that. I'm not sure there's any hard and fast formula. You just apply as many techniques as you know, including common sense and good manners. Let's not forget them. Interestingly enough, we don't put them in lecture notes, but they should be. With all the academia we discuss, we should never forget common sense and good manners in our negotiations, in our handling of customer service, in most things, actually. Strange those two don't come up until somebody gets really angry and say, is there no common sense in this place or something? All right. So yeah. So now, what does all of this stuff have to do with risk management? Well, everything. Every time we move in our organization, there's a risk issue. When we leave our organizations, there's a risk issue. Outside in our personal life, risk is everywhere. And so I'm just here to give you some information, some concepts, some feedback on how you can attempt to manage risk in the organization if you're responsible for it, or even if you're not directly responsible. You see things happening in your firm, they look risky, you need to do something about it. So you need to be able to identify it and then, of course, report. Very important. A lot of people in organizations see stuff, but they don't say anything for one reason or another. All right. So before we get into our discussion, then I know a little bit about Rojika at Sunshine Finance. Claudia, you work at CIFP. What do you do there?
Hi, Mr. Wilkinson.
Is this the Claudia?
Yes, Mr. Wilkinson, it sure is.
Oh, darn it. It's a small world after all. How are you, Claudia?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm fine, trying to keep up with you youngsters.
You always do. You always do.
So far, so good.
Yes, yes.
So you're still in the same blah, blah, blah at CIFP?
Yes, I still do pensions and client relations.
Excellent, excellent. So what prompted you to get caught up in this CIFP thing?
It was always on my list to do after I did the Canadian securities course.
Oh, yes.
Yeah, so I always wanted to do it, but I figured this is a good time where you can remote in. You don't have to like drive to class and,
Yeah, this is
it's,
a good time, actually.
yeah. So I figured it was a good time to try and do it now.
Fantastic. Well, welcome aboard. It's a good decision. Anything that you've gathered so far and going forward can only be of some benefit in one form or another, because those of us who work in financial services know that all of these things have all kinds of characteristics depending on what characters and characteristics we're dealing with. All right, so welcome aboard. It's good to hear from you again. Glad that you're doing well.
Thank you. Good to hear from you too. I was glad I have a familiar face.
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely. All right. Keva, you work at
Kone Bank and Trust.
okay, so what do you do there?
I'm the head of the data documentation desk.
Okay. And so how is CIFP going to help you?
Well, I mean, it was a course that I've been interested in for a while,
Yes.
but I think during this pandemic for me, we realized that there are so many persons that are not in a position, financial position that they need to be in, and financial literacy in our country sucks.
Unfortunately, you're right. I wish you were not right. I couldn't find a better word myself. It's not just bad, it sucks. You're absolutely right. So one way or the other, this is going to be useful to you. Whether
Yes,
it's you,
definitely.
your clients, your people who work around you, when you change and take on another responsibility on your job, when you change that job, who knows? I keep telling students anything you learn is never a waste of time. Sooner or later, depending on where you are, where you end up, it will become useful in one form or another. Okay, so good stuff. It's always a good idea to take advantage of these things when you can. That's for sure. All right. So what is risk management then? And why are we discussing this as part of CIFP? Well, if we take a look at this truck, even without reading the information, some things will come into our heads, I hope, that there's something wrong with this picture. Is anybody under this truck?
Yes,
Yep, he's fixing it.
he's
Uh,
in a terrible
uh,
position.
Yeah, I don't know if it crossed your mind, but the first thing when I saw this a long time ago was, what the hell is he thinking?
Exactly.
Uh, and remember I said something about common sense as well, that it doesn't seem to be so common, which is one of the reasons why people seem to take risks and to some extent unnecessary ones. This is an unnecessary risk. What makes this guy think that those flimsy pieces of wood will not collapse? What makes him think that somebody will not walk past and accidentally kick that? What makes him think that somebody will not walk past and kick it on purpose just to see how squished up he'll get, or whatever the hell people do? Either way, the risk is imminent. Uh, can this risk be avoided?
Yes, definitely.
Yeah, like so many other risks that we take, don't we? That could be avoided. For some reason, we still take it. We still take it. The question is, all these risks that can be avoided, why the heck do we still take the risk? In many cases, very unreasonable ones. That is the question. But our job here is not only to recognize risk, but also to find ways to manage it. Because it's not good enough to know that the risk is there. You have to have some idea, some concept, some inclination as how to manage these risks. So let's see how we can do that. Well, first of all, we start off by saying that risk management has now become something of a discipline. In the old days, we just bought the insurance for the building, insured the car, um, trying to buy insurance against theft by employees and that kind of stuff. And so we just kind of looked at the basic risk. But of course, we discovered over time that risk is in more places than we even thought about. And so organizations have now turned, or the study of risk has now become more of a discipline rather than just a second thought. Okay? So questions that have come up about risk management are questions like, what does risk management involve? How should we go about managing this risk? And what is the purpose for this whole risk management issue, this whole risk management discussion? Okay? Now, one of the things we need to be aware of, no matter what type of work we do, remember, some of us are not directly involved in risk management, but we are, if not directly impacted, we are indirectly impacted. So somebody in your organization is taking a risk. You may not be the person responsible for managing that risk, but if you see that they're doing something wrong that can create a risky situation, hopefully a course like this or a session like this will get you to thinking like, wait a minute, I need to say something. Maybe last year you may not have said anything because, hey, risk is not my area. But risk is everybody's responsibility in one form or another. Okay? Something to keep in mind. You can't just kick back and say, that's not my job. It's the risk manager's job. I don't know why this cheap company doesn't hire a risk management person. All those things are true. But remember, if somebody takes a risk and something goes very wrong, everybody is impacted by it in one form or another. And part of the problem is a lot of organizations are so busy doing the normal day-to-day business, even in staff meetings or in training sessions, we don't talk too much about risk management. Or we think, risk management is for senior management. And so the supervisors and middle managers and lowly line staff don't need to concern themselves with these things, which is unfortunate because a lot of times risks are identified way down the organization. And if only your staff members were trained down the line, maybe a lot of problems could be avoided. Okay? And that's the whole idea. Risk management is not just for senior management, even though they're the ones who are ultimately responsible for making it happen. And what should this conversation be about? Well, whatever language you're using regarding risk, everybody should know that language. Not some people know, some people don't know. Okay. How the risk management process is going to be carried out in the organization should be no secret. Information should come down the line. With all the electronic stuff we have going on, there's no need for people to not know and not be advised and not be involved. The organization should be structured to recognize risks and to do something about them. And of course, there should be some objective for the risk management process. Again, depending on where we are in the discussion and in the organization, that will vary in terms of what the objectives are. Usually objectives come from the top, but nothing wrong with the top people saying to the people down the line, what do you think some of our objectives should be? So a lot of times people down the line are not given credit for what they might know, or even for what they could research and come back with in terms of ideas. And certainly in the area of risk, everybody should be encouraged to play a part. Because again, no one person is going to see everything. That's the point. All right. Notice we are told that risk management is not just for companies. I said that earlier. But for what? Any activity that includes your personal life, your church life, the ushers, the junkaneurs, whatever it is. We're talking specifically in terms of corporations and public entities, the government and so on. But rest assured, it doesn't stop there. Not risk management. The least of which doesn't exclude what? Even our homes. Something we don't think about necessarily. Who's responsible for risk management at home? Some people might, are there risks at home? What kind of risk could there be at home? Isn't home a refuge where things are perfect? No, they're not. Can somebody think of a risk that could exist in homes, in a home? What kind of risk could exist in a home?
Security risk, maybe, like risk of burglars and that sort of thing.
Yeah, if your house doesn't have an alarm or a lock or bars or whatever the case, you run the risk of being robbed, of course. What other kind of risk can exist at home? Only just a robbery?
Fire, I guess.
Why not? I know those of us who've never experienced a fire is like, well, thank God it was somebody else's fire. But just remember, anything that can happen to somebody else can happen to any one of us. Fire is definitely a risk area that is not well managed in some areas. Some people still have lanterns, which is fine if you don't have electricity, but they don't manage the lantern situation very well all the time. And sometimes we find that that results in a major fire. You lose everything, and sometimes even loss of life. Okay? And so, yes, these things exist. What about the risk of, like when a father or uncle molests a child? Is that a risk in the home?
Say that again.
Like if a parent, like a father and uncle molest a child, is that a risk? Or the potential for it, is that a risk?
A risk to whom? Not
Okay, we're getting warm. Yeah, that's what risk management is all about, like asking questions too, like a risk to whom? Okay, can somebody answer a question? She says a risk to whom? Like, what is it a risk? Who's at risk?
The child, right?
Of course the child is at risk. The child is at risk for all kinds of things that we don't even think about, which is why organizations who fail to consider risk end up kind of messed up sometimes, like paying huge fines for not dealing with risk issues, suffering reputational damage, whatever the case might be. So yeah, the child is at risk. The child is not just at risk for being physically abused, but when children are physically abused, what happens when they grow up? They are mentally unstable oftentimes, even though you can't see it all the time. Deep down, they are. So sometimes the risk doesn't just stop at finding the abuser. Now you have to consider, what are we going to do to stabilize the child so that they don't grow up and be a complete mess somewhere? So what is my point? My point is that risk and the management of risk is not just an organizational issue. Okay? And the sooner we understand that it's more than just an organizational issue, a lot of other areas will be looked at in terms of their risk. Okay? All right. So I think I've talked enough for the moment. You don't want to hear my voice the entire time. So, Rodrika, why don't you just begin with the slide that we're looking at, reading for us, and let's see where we go. Risk management.
risk management is not just something for corporations or public organizations, but for an activity, whether short or long term. Risk can be defined as the combination of the probability of an event and its consequences. Risk management is increasingly recognized as being concerned with both positive and negative aspects of risk. Therefore, this standard considers risk from both perspectives. In the safety field, it is generally recognized that consequences are only negative, and therefore the management of safety risk is focused on prevention and mitigation of harm.
Okay, so stick a pin for a second. So you see, we have all kinds of different types of definitions, but at the end of the day, we are all being employed to do what? Take note of them, be able to recognize them, and then act on them, whether it's mitigating the risk on your own, if you can, or reporting it to the proper authority so that they can mitigate the risk. So we see somebody walking up and down the street looking suspicious. To mitigate that risk of being robbed or raped or murdered or some other crazy stuff, what do? You call the police. And hopefully when the car shows up, folks will think twice if they have anything untowards going on. The whole idea is we look at all these different definitions of risk so that whenever we spot them, we can recognize them and hopefully we can take steps to deal with them. All right, keep going, Frederica.
Risk management. This is the process whereby organizations methodically address their risks. The risk of good risk management is the identification and treatment of risks. Risk management should be a continuous and developing process which runs throughout the organization's strategy and the implementation of that strategy. It should address methodically all the risks surrounding the organization's activities, past, present, and future. And lastly, it must be integrated into the culture of the organization with an effective policy and program led by the most senior management.
Okay, stick a pin again. You keep saying all this heavy stuff. Every single point is very serious, depending on the nature of the risk that is presented to any particular environment, organization, entity, household, or otherwise. Okay? This word methodically keeps coming up. Anybody know why? Why methodically keeps coming up? You think? Why should we be thinking about risk in a methodical way? Well, usually we want to be methodical because helter-skelter, remember that word? Never really works well anyway. Kind of patching things up after something happens or just before. For example, like the person who knows that they should insure their home and they wait until somebody says a hurricane is coming and then rush to the insurance company to try and get insurance cover before the hurricane comes. That is not methodical. That is impromptu. And anybody who manages risk that way will suffer the consequences sooner or later, no matter what capacity it is. Okay? Notice the focus of good risk management is what? Not only identifying risk, but also treating it. It's not good enough to say, I see the risk. It's like when you're dating somebody and you see some inconsistencies in their personality, their character, and you're thinking, well, I see it. I've identified the risks. The question is, what are you going to do about it? You're going to continue dating them and even marrying them, or are you going to treat that risk by saying eventually, don't call me, I'll call you, and then don't call. Okay, so that's how we should be dealing with risk, any risk issues. Okay, if your tire looks like it's going down, losing air, you've identified the risk that you'll have a flat tire. Now what are you going to do? Procrastinate every day and says, I'll put air in it tomorrow. I'm busy tomorrow, the next day, tomorrow, until one day you're in the middle of nowhere in some unexpected place at an unexpected time, and then it's flat. Now, these are very simple examples of identification and treatment of risk. If you multiply them by millions and billions of dollars of risk issues in firms, you can see right away why these things must be done if you're going to minimize and properly manage your risk. Okay. Notice the third point she said, risk it should be what? Continuous. In other words, you're always looking around like any risk, any more risk, anything else I need to be aware of, because you need to know something now. No matter where you are, whatever organization, whatever you're doing, you never can mitigate against all risk. You can try and keep them to a minimum, but there's always going to be some form of risk lurking around. And our jobs, depending on where we are and in what capacity, is to keep those risks to a minimum. For example, in the case of Rajika at Sunshine, she's giving credit, she has to ask some questions and get information and make certain maneuvers to try and determine whether or not that customer in front of her represents a good credit risk or a bad one. If the customer does not present a good credit position, she has a responsibility to decline that loan. Some of us take the risk knowing that we shouldn't do it and say, hey, maybe there's a chance that these things that I'm seeing or feeling will not happen, and therefore I'll just do this anyway, see what happens. Sometimes it works out, sometimes it goes very badly. The point I'm making is the risk never goes anywhere. You're always assessing risk somewhere. Okay? The organization must have a strategy for risk. The strategy needs to come from senior management, we're told. We should be methodical again. Keeps coming up. And whatever we do, we have to create what we call a culture of risk, just like a culture of compliance. Everybody should be involved in it. And I could probably say without too much doubt that for the most part, when organizations have staff meetings or something of this nature, I don't think the issue of risk comes up. Does it? Anyone? Have you guys ever had a discussion about risk lately? Anyone? In the last staff meeting, any discussion on risk?
No.
Yes, no?
No.
No. And the reason for that is that for some strange reason, organizations and departments and firms do not seem to think that this is something they need to discuss with staff in general. I'm not suggesting that it's not happening at the senior management level. I sure as hell hope so, or even at the middle management level, depending on what's going on. But what is even more fascinating is that organizations don't seem to think that this is something that should go down the line like compliance. Okay? But it is something, and they'll discover, taking long to get there, that the sooner they get to talking to staff in general about risk management, the more effective their risk management program will be. And many of them will be pleasantly surprised to discover how how amazing their staff can be in recognizing risk issues and reporting it to them, if only they would encourage them to do so. Very interesting phenomena. All right, keep going, Rodrika.
Okay. Um, External and internal risk factors. So external risk factors are financial risks, such as interest rates, foreign exchange, credit. Then there are strategic risks, such as competition, customer changes, industry changes, customer demand. We have operational risks, such as recruitment, supply chain, regulators, culture, board composition. And then there are hazard risks, contracts, natural events, systems, and environmental risks.
My. A whole laundry list. Believe it or not, we could spend a whole session just talking about each one of these kinds of risks. And this list is not exhaustive, but it shows how it gives a fairly good indication of the kinds of risks that exist depending on the organization you work for. So let us just dissect it a little bit before we go on. Okay? Let's start with the external risks, those that occur outside the firm. That's what we mean by external. And there are two types of key external risks that occur outside the firm. The first one we refer to as financial risks, and the other one we call strategic risks. So what are the financial risks? Well, interest rates, for example. Depending on where you are in your jurisdiction or in the world, interest rates have a tendency to fluctuate. And so if you get a loan, for example, in a particular area, especially if it's a floating rate loan, and you start off with an interest rate of 7%, and then market rates start to go up to maybe 10%, what's going to happen is in many areas, many jurisdictions, locations, is that because you have a variable rate mortgage or loan, your interest rate is going to increase from 7% to 10%, whether you like it or not. And all of a sudden, you find yourself paying what? More money. Your loan payment will go up because your interest payment will go up. Right? Similarly, when a firm borrows money at a variable rate, and if the interest rate goes up and they have a $10 million loan and goes from 7 to 10%, clearly the firm's interest rate and loan payments are going to increase. So do we have any control over the rise and fall of interest rates as entities? No, we don't. If the rate changes in the market, we just have to make the adjustment. Who cannot stand the change will have to suffer the consequences. It's an unfortunate truth. Okay? So that's one of the financial risks, depending on where you are. If you don't work in financial services and lending or whatever, you may not be affected by that. But if you do get a loan from somewhere as an individual and the rates change, you could be affected by that. The point I'm making is, remember I told you, doesn't matter if you are directly responsible or directly impacted. Most of us are either directly or indirectly impacted by some risk issue. Okay? What about foreign exchange? Anybody knows what that is? What is foreign exchange? Ever heard that word before? I don't mind if you make up something. Make up something. What do you think it is?
Sorry.
What do you think foreign exchange is? Ever heard that before?
What is foreign exchange?
Yes. Anybody can answer. What do you think it is?
We're talking about foreign exchange currency.
Yeah. What about it? When you see the term foreign exchange, what comes to your mind?
Hi guys, sorry I lost audio for a second.
That's okay.
The dogs in our neighborhood going crazy, so I had to run outside the garbage truck. Sorry.
No problem. No problem. I was doing a lecture a couple of nights ago and the bloody lights went off. So everything went to hell. So that's perfectly all right. All right. So what do you understand by foreign exchange, anyone?
If you're trying to exchange one currency for another, some people try to profit from that, depending on the day. You can make money if you buy and sell at a certain time
Yeah,
between different currencies.
yeah, you can make money from foreign exchange by all means. Also, if you want to buy a currency that is not Bahamian currency, you have to pay an exchange rate. So that's a foreign exchange arrangement. What do you think would be the risk? What risk is there in foreign exchange? We're saying that's an external risk to the firm. You probably may not make the connection, but what happens is, let's say you do an international transaction for X amount of money and for at X rate, foreign exchange rate, and then by the time it's time to pay for that transaction, the rate either goes up or down, either in your favor or not in your favor, and then suddenly instead of paying less or the amount you agreed upon because the exchange rate has changed, you end up paying more money than you had anticipated. So again, foreign exchange does present a financial risk. If a company, for example, is involved in a foreign exchange deal for $5 million and the exchange rate changes against the company, they can lose thousands and thousands of dollars just on exchange rate losses. Okay? So again, persons who are responsible to a foreign exchange or financial institution or other entity, they have to consider the risk of the foreign exchange market and try to lock in so that they don't lose money on their foreign exchange transactions. Okay? And of course, that means nothing to anyone who's not actually involved in it, but rest assured, it can be very costly for firms who are banks, for example, who are involved in foreign exchange transactions and who don't monitor the risk connected to it. Okay. Then we have credit risk. Like Rodrika, the risk that she has is that she'll give a loan to somebody and they will not pay it as agreed. And if things are really, really bad, her company may have to end up writing it off. That is a risk that credit people have to take. That's why we try to give loans to who we think are the best possible people. They have a job, they have sufficient income, they have collateral, things like that, so that we can minimize the risk of credit risk. Okay, that's how we mitigate. Then we have what we have strategic or long-term risk. For example, if a firm runs into competition with another firm, I think it's good enough to say that if they don't try to keep up with the competition, that the competition might overrun them. So the competition out there is a risk for many firms, and many firms are busy trying to survive the competition. Because if you don't, you will be out and the competition will be in. Or even if you're not out, your business will probably not be as productive as you'd like it to be because persons are going over to the competitor for some reason. So if you have a business and somebody opens up a similar business, now suddenly you have a strategic risk on your hand. The risk that your competitor will either outshine you or worse, put you out of business. Okay? Any organization, small business, medium size or large, again, who's not thinking about these risks that I've mentioned so far, they are putting themselves in potential jeopardy. Okay? Um, as you can see, to ignore any of these could be done at your major expense or even at your peril. That's the point. Customer changes, that's a risk. Don't take your customer for granted. Remember, we're talking about customer service? Don't take it for granted. Don't mistreat them. Don't talk to them any way you feel like. Don't tell them, I come back after I had lunch. Whatever it is we do. Because, see, sometimes, depending on the nature of the business, if you aggravate customers and they change from you to somebody else, sometimes it's very hard to get them back. Oftentimes, impossible. So if you mishandle customers, you run the risk of them changing to someone else. And every customer who leaves is a big problem because customers are hard to replace. Some of us don't really feel that way because we don't feel the pinch of customers walking away, depending on what organizations we're in. But I can assure you that many businesses, as far as they're concerned, they don't want to lose a single customer, okay, for obvious reasons. And these, again, are all strategic risks. Industry changes. The pandemic has brought on a lot of industry changes. A lot of people have gone out of business, shifted from their old business, started new businesses. All right. So these are all strategic risks, are all these long-term risks that if you don't make yourself aware of them, you can be caught sleeping, thinking that all will always be well. So you stop checking. It's like being married for a long time and starting to take your spouse for granted. So you stop saying simple things like good morning. And then all of a sudden somebody one day says to them, good morning. And they're like, oh my God, that sounds like heaven. Even though it's a simple thing. Okay. So we have to be keen on these things. And then customer demand is another strategic risk. Again, because customer demand is a function of what the competition is doing. It's a function of how you are treating them. It's a function of their changing tastes. Like they might start off liking your stuff, and then somebody comes up with something else and they try somebody else's stuff, and they prefer that somebody else's stuff, and so they stop coming to you for your stuff. And so if you want to continue in business, you have to change your stuff or make some stuff that's better than the other person's stuff. How about that? Because customer demand is very fickle. People can change what they want at a moment's notice. So if they take the trouble to keep coming to you for some reason, if you're in business, no matter what type of business, buying insurance company, comforters, peas and rice, dilly, doesn't matter. If they keep coming to you for your product, make sure you let them know that you are happy about it and do everything you can to satisfy or continue to satisfy their demands. All right. So those are some of the key external risks that firms can face and organizations can face. And then we have these operational risks, like recruitment, for example, training staff, and then eventually they leave the company. You have to retrain somebody else and they eventually leave the company. So this recruitment exercise can be very expensive if you cannot retain staff. Okay, that's why we call it an operational risk. I don't know if any of you have had the opportunity to be in an environment where people have resigned unexpectedly. You have to take on their work. It takes a while before they replace that person. They never replace that person. You have double and triple work, same salary, tired and fed up. Well, those are all the results of operational risks. Okay? Supply chain, never put all your eggs in one basket. If you are a manufacturer or producer or retailer, you should not have just one supplier. If something goes wrong with that supplier, dog eats your lunch. It's an operational risk. You should have at least a minimum of two. Okay? Regulators. If you're in financial services, make sure you keep them satisfied and follow the rules. If you don't, you'll be fined. You'll have reputational issues. Your license can be taken away, and so on. If you work in the insurance industry, for example, and you violate the insurance rule, the insurance commission can then come in and make your life a living hell. They are also regulators. Okay? Organizational culture presents a risk. If people have a culture of doing things wrong, a culture of being slack, a culture of being lazy as opposed to productive, these kinds of things come back to haunt organizations. Okay? And then finally, board composition, who is sitting on the board? The right people are not sitting on the board to lead the firm is going to suffer a lot of indignity. Okay? So it's not just good enough to get any person to sit on the board. They should be capable people who are charged, who are interested, and who are capable of making good decisions for the firm. If the board is not properly composed, they will make bad decisions, people will be laid off, and a whole lot of other things can happen because of bad board decisions. You need only Google certain companies like Enron and others who made some horrible, Lehman Brothers, and a whole bunch of companies that have made some horrible decisions at the board level that came back to haunt their companies. In some cases, caused them to fail completely. Okay? And then let's not forget the hazard risks. The risk that somebody will break a contract that you have made with them, like a marriage contract. See, remember I told you it's not just home, it's everywhere. Okay? You get married and I said, until death do us part, and then some 7 years later, something, 3 years later, 1 year later, whatever, somebody breaks the contract, says, you know what, I'm out of here. And like, how can you get out of here? We have a contract. This is maybe, I'm breaking it. That's what we call a hazard risk. If a business makes a contract with a supplier or somebody and they fail to honor the contract, you could sue them, but it's a hazard risk. And it creates a problem because if you lose the suit, then you have to pay legal fees and all that stuff. And if you win, you still have the inconvenience of dealing with the matter, and then you cannot use that supplier anymore, and so on. Okay. Natural disasters, well, I don't need to say anything about that. I'll just say Dorian, pandemic. I hope those two words explain natural events that can create hazard risks. We are in the middle of both right now, still in the Commonwealth. Isn't that interesting? Okay. So we have two perfect examples right here in Nassau, Bahamas. And in the entire Bahamas, imagine that. Who could have thought that we would have been in the middle of a double hazard risk for which we were not ready in either case? And in both cases, I'm not sure we could have been any more ready, perhaps to some extent, but not entirely. A lot of that stuff was out of our control. And then, of course, we have systems risk, environmental risk. These are all the issues that come up. If you have technical issues that you don't look after, the whole company can go down and all hell breaks loose. Not to mention the big hue and cry about the environment. If you mess it up, violate it, break the laws, it can cost your company a lot of money and maybe even their license. So this is a whole big old laundry list. It doesn't cover everything, but it certainly covers all the key kinds of risks that we can see outside of the firm and certainly inside of the firm, and board members and senior management, and to some extent, employees, to some extent, should be thinking about these things. Not all of them, depending on where you are in the firm, and certainly all of them, depending on where you are in the firm, to hopefully take steps to keep these levels of risk to a minimum so the firm does not suffer too much. All right. Keep going, Rodrika. I haven't forgotten you. That's just me running on.
Okay. May you ask someone else to read? I'm actually driving right
Oh, you're driving.
now.
It's
I'm driving now. Yes. Just left office.
yeah, I don't want you to drive and read. Doggone it.
No.
That's another kind of risk, correct?
Yes, it is.
Okay, no problem. Claudia will pick up from you. Miss C file, she'll pick it up.
Uh,
Are you there?
yes,
Uh,
I'm here. Can you hear me?
I can.
Okay, the dogs have quieted down, so. um,
Beginning with internal.
okay, internal risk, liquidity and cash flow, research and development, intellectual capital, accounting controls, information systems, recruitment, supply chains, public access, employees, properties, product and services.
Okay, so again, this is an extension of what we were looking at with a couple of new players like liquidity and cash flow. Does anybody know what liquidity means?
How much cash you have available to pay current bills.
Absolutely. How much cash you have available to pay your current bills as they come due. And again, this kind of internal risk can happen in a firm, in the church, in the home. I just want to keep you so you can keep your mind open and don't get to thinking, if it's not happening while I work, I don't need this stuff. You sure as hell need it. You need it for every aspect of your life in one form or another. And hopefully, by the time we're done with our sessions, that I would have heightened your awareness of how much you need to be thinking about it, even beyond your organization. And even if you see it in your organization and it's not part of the job description, you should still be thinking about bringing it to someone's attention, which is something that they should have been communicating to staff or should be on a regular basis, just like compliance and money laundering and other issues, because it is equally as important, actually. All right, so yeah, money, liquidity, and cash flow has to do with the amount of money you have available on hand to pay your bills. So imagine if your salary is $3,000 a month and your bills are $4,000 a month. Are you liquid?
All your liquid is gone.
Yeah, you're not liquid anymore. In other words, you have to borrow an extra what?
$1,000.
Absolutely, just to cover your costs. All right. So even in managing your own money, you have to be careful that you don't find yourself with liquidity and cash flow issues. Okay. Uh, Remember, you can get a flash tire anytime, so you should have enough money in the bank somewhere to change a tire, change the oil, deal with some off-the-wall crazy stuff. Okay. And this calls for recognizing the risk of not doing it. Okay. Research and development, why is that an internal risk? You might say, I don't deal with that where I work. No, you don't. But many large firms, for example, who are looking to make new products all the time or more competitive products, they have to make sure that their research and development teams are on top of their game, happy and working and finding new stuff, finding things, ways to be more competitive with their products. Because if they don't, then their competition will move ahead of them. And if they don't, then their competition might even put them out of business. Okay? Intellectual capital and things that you come up with for producing products and services. You have to find ways to protect them, ensure them. The accounting controls need to be in place. If you don't have them, people will eventually start stealing assets, like having one person do 3 or 4 jobs in the organization. That should never happen. There should always be a separation of duty. The person who's collecting cash should not be posting to the general ledger and all these kinds of accounting controls. It should not happen. Okay? Information systems has to do with your technology. If it's inadequate, you're gonna have a problem. If it's too much, you're gonna have a problem. If nobody is auditing it, you're going to have a problem. If nobody's checking for IT, you're gonna have a problem. See, these are very real issues. Okay, we talked about recruitment and supply chains, public access. Like, how easy is it for people to just walk off with company equipment and supplies? They should not be that easy to walk on. Public assets should not be that easy. Important assets should be under lock and key and controlled by someone. in a storage area or some such place. Assets should be labeled, locked, secured, whatever the case might be, to avoid public access and persons running off with company assets. Okay? Employees could be a problem if they're stealing from the company. And remember, stealing can take many forms, not just stealing cash. Employees steal other things like all the pencils that are left, all the pens that are left, toilet paper, hand towel, all kinds of stuff you just carry on. So they owe me this anyway. So I'll just take it. They don't pay me enough or something. Okay. And then of course some employees get involved in heavier stuff. They steal a few $100 and some a few thousand, and then some a few million. Okay. These are all potential internal control risks. And if we don't do something about protecting them, the organization will suffer significantly. A lot of us yourselves may not necessarily know this because you're not that close to the problem. But those persons in top and at the board level, senior management level, and maybe to some extent middle management, they might be aware of some of these problems and how it can cost the company dearly if they do not look after them. Okay. All right, keep going, Claudia. Before you go, Claudia, I believe I saw somebody's name show up, Kenyoka. Is that correct?
Hi, yes, it is.
There you are, Kenyoka. I thought I saw that strange name pop up. Okay. Kenyoka, I don't see anywhere where it says you work anywhere.
I work at Comel Brewery. I am now the brand representative for 2 international suppliers.
Interesting. And so you're doing this course because
I started last year, but due to some family incident, I was unable to complete it.
okay.
But definitely, like others, the financial knowledge is something that I yearn for to make better decisions, not only in my personal life, but in my professional life, and to change a career path eventually.
Sounds good. There you go. To change your career path. And even before you change it, all that other stuff in customer service and negotiations and solving problems, I'm sure you see some version of that stuff every day. And now, in another 2 or 3 weeks, you'll see all kinds of different versions of risk issues that you may not even have considered. But if you see them going forward, it's like, good thing I did that. I need to check that risk issue out, see where the hell that's going, see how that can impact my firm, my new job, my personal life, and so on. So absolutely. All right. So welcome aboard, Kenyoka. Did I say that right, Kenyoka?
Yes, yes.
Okay, excellent. While I'm calling names, let me just try Kermit. Are you there? Jeremy. Okay. Mike Niall Thompson, are you there? Okay, great. That means we have the Fantastic Four this evening. All right, keep going, Claudia.
The risk management process. Risk management protects and adds value to the organization and its stakeholders via the risk management process. The organization's strategic objectives, risk assessment, risk analysis, risk identification, risk description, risk estimation, risk evaluation, risk reporting, threats, and opportunities.
Bet you never thought there were so many risk issues surrounding you. Most people don't even think about it in this context. And oftentimes when they run into this stuff, they're like, really? Is this real? Are these things really happening around me? I don't see them. Maybe this is just academia, so I can get through my certification. Maybe this is an illusion. It is not. Depending on where you work, in what capacity you work, and so on, these things are very real issues to be considered. And any organization worth their salt who is not considering these things are setting themselves up for problems. In some cases, the problems are not just paying out some money. In some cases, the problem results in failure, in the company going down forever, never to rise again. That's how serious these risk issues are. And so, how do we manage risk effectively? Well, we have to look at the process, which are all of these things, and then decide what are we going to do about it, okay, in the best interest of our firms. Okay? Well, the risk management process we see involve a couple of things. Keep going, Claudia.
Okay, the risk management process. Decision, risk treatment, residual risk reporting, monitoring, and risk assessment. You want me to read that also?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Risk assessment is defined by the ISO IEC Guide 73 as the overall process of risk analysis and risk evaluation.
Now, the reason why I wanted you to read that so you can read all that crazy stuff, the ISO thing, because I want to see if after your class is over somewhere, you'll go onto your Google site and say, let me Google that nonsense to see what the ISO IEC guide. Obviously, it's a set of guidelines. It has to do with how to analyze and evaluate risk. So don't be afraid to let curiosity kill the cat a little bit. Take a moment and go to the key it in, and you'll see it kind of supports the risk analysis and evaluation process. But the other thing we need to note is that she mentioned is that the risk management process involves decision making. It involves treating risk. Once we find out what it is, like any other problem, we have to treat it. We're going to see risk treatment issues later. All right. And then once we treat it, we have to report what the results were. What we mean by residual risk reporting. And then after doing all three of them, we now have to monitor the risk or risks to see if it doesn't come back like a cancer. Because sometimes we make a decision, we treat it, we report it, and then we don't monitor it, and before we know it, it comes back. And so this thing about risk management and the risk management process is clearly an ongoing process. It doesn't really ever stop. When we find one situation in one area, then something else happens. The whole thing comes back, and we have to just keep fixing it. It's like hurricane season. Every year, we have to mitigate against the risk of our houses being destroyed, flooded, and all that stuff by taking certain precautions. Okay, it's the same principle. We keep making decisions, assessing, monitoring it to make sure that if it rears its ugly head, we can attack it again. Okay, all right, and then finally, Claudia, risk analysis.
Risk analysis includes risk identification, risk description. Number 1, name of risk. 2 is scope of risk. 3 is nature of risk. 4 is stakeholders. 5, quantification of risk.
Yes.
6 is risk tolerance or appetite. Risk treatment and control mechanisms, potential action for improvement, and strategy and policy development.
Yeah, another long, doggone, dull-looking list. And believe it or not, in practice, a lot of times we don't even check for this stuff. We just wing it. Many organizations is, oh, we know what the risks are. We've had a couple of board meetings, we know what they are, we're dealing with it. And they might be, but not necessarily. Okay. And if somebody dares to suggest that the board should maybe do a 1 or 2 hour seminar on this kind of stuff, they might be like, we don't need it, we're the board, we know everything. We have it covered. And they may not necessarily have it covered. We're senior managers, we know what's going on, we don't need a doggone seminar. But in fact, oftentimes they do. If only to remind them of these long laundry lists of things that we've seen already. These are very important issues, especially when you come to understand what they are and when they start to apply to your environment where you are. Okay? And even some of our senior people will do well to do 2 things. keep reminding themselves of these long lists, not the least of which are the risk analysis process, and then also trying to educate staff so that staff members are more aware and more willing to get involved in the process. Okay. And notice, in identifying the risk, we have to come up with a clear and complete description. And the description is not just one or two things, depending on the nature of the risk. Okay. We have to name it. What is the name of the risk? What is the scope of the risk? How far does it extend its ugly hands? What is the nature of the risk? Who are the stakeholders who will be impacted by the risk? Will it be shareholders, employees, government? Who? The board, senior management, who will be impacted? This is all part of the analysis of the breakdown of risk. Then once we do all that stuff, we name it, scope it, nature it, and determine who's going to be impacted, then we quantify it. What is the dollar value potentially that we can lose? Sometimes we can estimate it, other times we can't. Because remember, folks, when you want to mitigate risk in terms of your home, let's say you have a home, you would consider buying insurance, yes? Would you?
Yes, I have
Yeah.
insurance.
Yeah. Would you just buy any old stinky insurance? Let's say, for example, your home is worth 250,000. Would you buy insurance for 50,000?
I think some people would if they could.
Yeah, some people would. They could, and some people do, actually, especially if they don't have to report to a bank, because they're looking to try and save what? Premium payments. The problem is, if your house is worth 250,000, you buy a 50 to 100,000 worth of insurance, and the roof is blown off and the house is burnt down or whatever, chances are you are not going to be able to rebuild that house with the money you're going to get. Okay? Or you'll have to put a little cottage there instead of the original home. Okay? So quantifying the level of risk is a very important thing. It's not a science. You cannot do it to an exact amount, but you do have to try to estimate it. Okay? If you're dating somebody and he slaps you twice, you have to quantify that, like, how many more slaps will I get if I marry this person? See, like that.
You're trying to get us riled up, Mr. Wilkinson.
Yeah. Exactly right. And to make sure that if you run into any such person, that if they decide even to think about that, especially during the dating stage, that you don't give it a second thought, you mitigate your risk right away. Don't even think about quantity because you don't intend to get any more. That's the whole bloody point. On it. All right. So yeah. And so we name it, we scope it, we nature it, we stake it, we quantify it, and we're not done. How about that? Then we have to decide how much risk are we prepared to tolerate within our organization or elsewhere. Okay. What appetite do we have? Do you have an appetite to take great risks? You know, like, do I marry a drug dealer or do I just marry a carpenter who is not involved in some weird stuff? What is my level of appetite? Some people have a high appetite. They're like, I'll just marry a drug dealer because I like the excitement. And then other people, they have a low risk tolerance. Like, I don't want to be caught up in no excitement like that. I'm gonna marry a guy that's predictable and who's not involved in all that nonsense. And so organizations again have to look at their environments the same way. How much risk are we prepared to tolerate before we start taking cover to make sure that we don't have any significant losses? What is our risk appetite? Okay? And once we find out those 6 things, then we go to the 7th thing. How do we treat it? What kind of insurance do we get? What controls do we put in place? For example, if you work in a paper factory somewhere, there should be no smoking signs everywhere. That's a control mechanism. Because if you don't have no smoking signs somewhere, or something like smoking is permitted if you wish, sooner or later somebody's going to drop a butt, light something on purpose, light it by accident, and then all hell breaks loose. And remember, sometimes you can't always quantify or put into dollars and cents the result of a bad risk decision. For example, if you insure your house for the correct amount and it burns down, you'll be able to get the replacement value or close to it, hopefully, from the insurance company. But what happens if 3 family members die in the fire? Who's going to compensate you for that? So all of a sudden now we can't quantify every type of risk, but we have to try and quantify that which we could. Okay. And then once you come up with the treatment and control mechanisms, then you can start to breathe a little easier. Well, now let me see. Anything else to do? Well, 2 more things to do. After you've done all that, you look for ways to improving your situation. And then you come up with a strategy and a policy document to govern your risk process. That's what you do. So this risk thing, all of a sudden, in the last 2 hours or so, has become a big deal. And again, because most of us are not directly involved in dealing with this stuff, we're like, didn't even know it existed. Does it really apply to me and my organization? And the answer is yes. All right, thank you very much, Claudia. Now we're going to harass Keva for the remaining time that we have. Keva, are you there?
I'm here.
Okay, risk estimation. All right, so further up, we talked about analysis, which involves identification and description of risk. Now we're going to talk about the estimation. What do we do in our estimations? Okay.
Risk estimation. Quantitative, semi-quantitative, qualitative in terms of the probability of occurrence and the possible consequences, both threats and opportunities. High probable, medium possible, low remote.
Okay, so stick a pin for a second. What does all that gobbledygook mean? Does it have any meaning? Can somebody like kind of guess what they're trying to tell us here in the risk estimation? What are they trying to tell us?
Is quantitative is when you can put a number to something,
Yeah,
like a percentage.
yeah, can we come up with a percentage, a dollar value? Can we estimate what the losses will be if something happens? Can we estimate how much we need in order to properly and adequately cover our risk? Yeah, that's the quantitative risk estimation side of things. Very important area, and you need people who understand these things and understand the nature of estimations in order to come up with reasonable quantities. It is not a rocket science, but you do have to come up with something that is reasonable. And that's based on experience and training sometimes. All right. What else do you gather? What about semi-quantitative? Half and half. What does half and half mean? Half quantitative and half not. What could that possibly mean?
Yes, some stuff you have an answer for, a number, and some you can't.
Thank you very much. No, absolutely. Absolutely. There's some things that you can come up with a number, and there's some things like you just can't put a number on it. Like what? Human life. If you lose 3 people, how do you put a number on that? Well, I think that'll be 50 million. Is that enough? Maybe.
No, it's not.
Yeah, it's hard, if not impossible, to put a number on it. All right. And so, yeah, that makes it a little more gray than usual. Okay. And then what about this other estimation? The probability of occurrence and its consequences. This is something insurance companies tend to do. What is the like and actuarials and in terms of pension programs and how soon people will die to recover insurance policies and all this kind of stuff. What is the probability that it will happen? And what are the possible consequences as a result if they do happen? Okay, so insurance companies spend a lot of time and pay some big bucks to people to try to come up with these probabilities and these consequences and these estimations. Okay, big bucks. Sometimes they are successful in coming up with something reasonable, and other times they're way off the mark. Okay. And then, of course, when we start to consider consequences in our estimation, we have to be thinking, what are consequences? What do we mean? Well, consequences have two parts. They have threats and they have opportunities. And when you're in the risk management business, you have to consider both. What are the threats to my firm? What are the threats from the competition? What are the threats for liquidity? For all those things we saw. What are the threats facing my firm for all of these things? And any management team that's smart will certainly be considering these threats along with any opportunities. What opportunities do I have of coming up with the right estimation? What is the benefit of sufficiently covering my risk and so on? So in all these things, in estimating whether it's quantitative, semi, or qualitative in any form or fashion, and we have to consider the threats to the organization. We have to consider the opportunities. You can see why many organizations don't sit down and mess with this stuff, even at the board level, because it does require some thought and some discussion, some mapping out of a list of the kinds of risks facing the firm, and so on. I'll give you a scenario, for example. Financial institution in the Bahamas, up until recently, was allowing customers to deposit, put cash in an envelope and deposit it into the ATM. Okay, that's fair enough. But what they did as well was allow the customer to withdraw immediately up to $500 without any controls in place. Where's the risk there? Where's the risk there?
They could have said they put 500, but they only put 200. When they only deposited 200.
Interestingly enough, not only could they do that, but many people did that. In fact, in some cases, some persons put what we call empty envelopes in the ATM and took out up to $500. By the time they discovered that the envelopes were empty or didn't have enough money the next day, the persons have absconded with the money. Now they have to try and find them. Sometimes they did, other times they did not. Imagine that. And that happened to the tune of some 700-800 clients. So imagine the losses that were potentially experienced by that financial institution. You'll be surprised to know who they are. I can't tell you. They may not want that, but I'm saying they did suffer that indignity for at least a year or more. Only God knows how much they lost. Now, that particular risk exposure was something that they had in their control. Earlier, we saw something called having accounting control or operational control. All they did was fail to implement an operational control. The solution was very simple. Don't allow people to withdraw the money until you confirm that they have enough money on the account to get it. Same simple enough. Why the heck would a major financial institution allow that to even happen in the first place? And to the tune of several hundred customers. I don't see any risk mitigation there. It seems to me like they were encouraging the risk for some reason. That is beyond my wildest imagination. Okay. All right. So in coming up with our estimations, then we have to consider both the threats and opportunities. We have to consider in our organizations whether risks are considered high or probable, medium risk, or possible low risk or remote or not likely to happen. That is, again, that is another estimation because we cannot ever say 100% sure about any of those three categories. We just have to look at the situation and assess it. What rating would we give if we don't insure our house? High, medium, or low? What rating would you give, guys? Let's say you didn't insure your house or your commercial building or whatever. And as a result of that, you're required to risk rate it. Which one would you give? High, medium, or low? That it will burn down or be blown away by a hurricane. High, medium, or low?
I guess for our zone, it'll be high because of hurricane. We're in the hurricane zone.
Yeah, for our zone, it could be high for hurricane, especially depending on the type of building you're in, especially some of those that are not meeting the building code and so on. And certainly, if it's fire risk that we're considering, at least medium. Most of us will never experience a fire in our lifetime, and that's fine because nobody wants to experience a fire even once. But unfortunately, somebody will experience a fire more often than we'd like for them, including them. And so the fire risk could be somewhere in the medium category. I would not bother to say that the risk is low if you're not covered for fire insurance. Right? It may never happen, but then again, it might. Okay. All right, Kevin, keep going.
Risk analysis methods and techniques. A range of techniques can be used to analyze risk. These can be specific to upside or downside risk, or be capable of dealing with both. Risk profile. The result of the risk analysis process can be used to produce a risk profile, which gives a significance rating to each risk and provides a tool for prioritizing risk treatment efforts. This, this ranks each identified risk so as to give a view of the relative importance.
Now, part of the risk analysis process. So notice we're moving from the estimation now to the analysis side of things. But all of this is part of the risk management process. All of the things are the things that we do to manage our risk. Just like when we're managing our children or our households, for example, there's certain things that we do in different categories to manage those things. And risk management is no different. It has to go through these steps, not necessarily item by item each time, but certainly the core steps need to be considered from time to time by somebody in the organization who is charged with risk management. And if they're not doing some of these things, then they're just winging it, operating from the gut, a gut feeling, the old-fashioned way, the way we always did it, that kind of stuff. But if you want to be innovative and productive in terms of managing risk, these are the kinds of things you need to be thinking about. For example, rank and identify. See, let me ask you guys something. Can any of you identify two types of risks that either exist or may exist or could exist within your organization? But let's start with one and try to get to two. Name one. In your organization, name one area that could present a risk. Other than the empty envelope example I just gave you, we saw the risk there. What about if you're a lender at Sunshine? What risk do you run by being a lender, Rodrigo?
Can you repeat the
Can you think of one risk that you can identify in the organization you work for? Or one situation that might present or create a risk for your organization? I know you have to think about it, yes? Nothing wrong.
and
Yeah, nothing
and
wrong. You can think about it. A lot of organizations don't even think about it. Can you
I
think?
am so sorry. The internet connection where I'm at is
Yeah,
very poor. So you're breaking up. So I did not hear your question.
I'm saying, can you think of one risk that can occur within your organization where you work?
Oh boy, there's lots of risk there.
Aha,
Uh,
name one.
The risk of delinquency, which is the foundation
Yeah,
of what we do.
yeah, of course,
Mhm.
the risk of delinquency that customers
The
will not.
risk of delinquency. And then
Yeah,
of course, there's fraud,
the risk
or
of
the
fraud,
propensity to commit fraud by staff.
of course.
So that's another
Yeah,
risk.
that's two right off the top.
Hmm.
As a matter of fact, I worked when I was a lender a million years ago. We had a loan officer who somehow was able to write several fraudulent loans and deposit the money to her account for her use. And they did not discover until years later that this occurred when the loan payments were not made, and they traced it back to the blah 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 and discovered it was actually one of the bank's loan officers. So of course these things exist. Okay. Kenyoka, name one risk area that you can think of in your organization. The brewery, like the risk that somebody, other than the risk that somebody could run off with 3 cartons of beer or something.
Pardon me?
Can you think of one risk that can occur in your organization? Can you identify one? Can you identify one risk?
An internal risk that could happen.
Mm-hmm.
Well, a risk that could happen in my organization. Hello?
I can hear you.
The risk of the competition. That's a high risk for us because we are Commodore is one of the major distributors as well as distributors and manufacturers of adult beverages in the Bahamas. So
Yes.
if we don't stay consistent with our and on the same wavelength with our customers who supports the whole running of the company, they could be won over by another company, Human Brewery, or whomever else. Even in a retail fair, Jimmy's Wines and Spirits versus the 700 Wines and Spirits. So
Absolutely.
major our
Thank
company.
you, thank you, thank you for sharing that real life situation because it is real. But the problem is when the average person hears about Commonwealth Brewery because they've been around for so long and so reputable, they forget that Commonwealth Brewery does not exist in a vacuum. And you do have a major risk with those competitive areas that you mentioned, including retailers, of course, because if you don't keep your customers happy, retailers will bring in stuff from abroad and start selling them to your customers. So even though they're not even manufacturing anything, even as retailers, they can undermine your client base. And so, yes, I'm sure you have people who are in place who are always trying to keep, hopefully, in touch with customers and reminding them that Commonwealth Brewery is there to solve their every drinking desire or any other problems they might have. All right. So yeah, thank you. Thank you for that. That's a very real life, practical Bahamian example. All right. Okay, Keva, and then finally for this evening.
Risk evaluation. Compare the estimated risks against risk criteria which the organization has established. The risk criteria may include associated costs and benefits, legal requirements, socioeconomic and environmental factors, concerns of stakeholders, etc. Risk evaluation, therefore, is to make decisions about the significance of risk to the organization and whether each specific risk should be accepted or
Indeed,
treated.
indeed. So now we go from the estimation to the analysis and now the evaluation. So we're taking all that information that we collected, thought about, put in perspective, lined up previously with regards to organizational risk. And we are now at the evaluation process. We're trying to determine should we do this or that, go here or there. Okay. how do we measure the estimated risk against the criteria that we have established within the organization? If the risk exceeds our appetite, then we try to avoid it or we insure against it. If it's below our appetite, then maybe perhaps we could ignore it or take some other mitigating steps. So again, part of the evaluation is taking those estimates and comparing them to what the organization sees as its risk criteria, and again, making decisions based on them. Okay? Notice the risk criteria in the organization could involve a whole lot of things like costs and benefit. In other words, if the criteria is to get full insurance coverage, what is the cost and benefit of doing that? If the criteria is getting a bond to protect the organization from employee theft, what is the cost and benefit of that? Are there any legal requirements in terms of any decisions that we're going to take? If there are any legal requirements, what are the consequences of not following through legally? And then, of course, we now have in modern society something we call the socioeconomic and environmental factors, which every company has to consider in terms of its employees, its customers, and certainly doing things to take care that they do not affect the environment in any negative fashion. For example, if you're a manufacturer like Commonwealth Brewery, does your manufacturing firm have any impact on the environment? Is it giving off any gases that can ultimately affect the environment and so on? Are they dumping their waste and the junk somewhere where it shouldn't be, as opposed to an approved designated area? Okay? And so again, these are all the issues that we have to be thinking about when we're looking at the evaluation side. And then the final side of risk evaluation has to do with should we accept the risk as it is, or should we treat the risk in some form of fashion? If we decide to accept it and live with it, we'll have to live with it. If we decide to treat the risk, and we'll see next time what risk treatment is all about, then we take steps to treat the risk. And again, at the end of the day, all of this is designed to keep our risk to a minimum, and so that if something does happen, that we will not suffer immeasurable damage. Damage to the effect that it actually can create a situation where you can never recover. Some organizations are big enough and have enough liquidity and money and clout and whatever else to recover from major disaster. Many organizations that we found during the pandemic, they didn't have the ability to do that. And so they couldn't mitigate or treat any of their risks during the pandemic. And so now many of them no longer exist.
Hey, you got a bed?
All right. So
Huh?
we're going to stop there for this evening. Anybody has any questions before we end the session today? Any questions? Okay, does everybody have my phone contact and my email address?
Yes.
Great. Remember, the case study is for discussion in our third and final session. So please go ahead and start looking at that. Don't sweat over it. I just want you to look at it, read it, and then of course, make notes of the questions that have been raised so that when we get around to discussing it, we can at least have a comfortable discussion. Don't worry about whether or not you can answer all the questions completely. Just give it your best shot. Consult your notes, consult Google, whatever you feel can help you to come up with a response. I'm not necessarily looking for a perfect piece of information from each of you. I just want us to be able to have a healthy discussion so that you can broaden your horizons in terms of what's going on out there. If you have any issues or questions along the way, please call me, send me a text, send me an email. I'm always roaming around and I'll be happy to answer. Even if it's not related directly to risk management, if you have a question about something else you're doing in connection with your FP, feel free to raise a question if you wish. All right, if there are no further questions, you guys have been great. I'll see you again next week, same time, right here, and we'll pick up some more risk management issues. In the meantime, be careful. Remember, risk is everywhere. Let's not have anything major happen before our next session next week. If I've made you a little more paranoid about stuff, that's the whole idea. Okay? I'll see you guys next week. Take care.
All right, take care.
Okay, take care. Bye-bye.
Have a great day, everyone. All right, take care, everyone.